Do you think the air system is because they turn it lower on weekends, or maybe?
Lynn told Kyle that they left it on, that it set and stay on. And it is not a motion call. Although there are motion sensors attached to both thermostats.
It sounds like it's kicked on. I guess it's cool.
Huh?
I said it's kicked on. I guess it's cool.
Usually what I do in this situation is I put it down to like 60, so I hope it goes faster.
It's on 62.
My husband loves that. Okay, so one day transfer is going to start
Because I'm up here with all that AV equipment, which puts off heat.
do what?
I'm up here with all the AV equipment, which puts off heat anyway.
Sounds like a
And I'm
sounds like a reason.
What's up? What's up this morning?
Get a nap.
Good morning,
Do you
everybody.
mind if we go ahead and start getting the evidence in line to have it run smoothly? While, okay.
Happy Saturday. Must be cold.
So
Good morning. Good morning. Millie says, I'm so happy I'm not working today and get to watch it live. That's right. Glad you're here, guys. Glad you're here. I went over and sat down on the couch last night and I passed out. I was so tired. Sorry I didn't get back on last night and do our live.
this is my cruise. I think it's my cruises. Or anyway, really, this is called Post 40 Man.
Good morning.
When the jury comes in, I'll put them on the table.
Glad you're here, honey. Glad you're here. We have a great chat. If you are here and you do not participate in our live chat, you're missing out. Come be part of it. We have a great time. Tanya says, did anyone watch the interview of Megan Boswell's attorney on the news last night? No, I did.
Yes.
And I have another video of an interview with Megan
Had like a moment of panic.
that one of you all sent me yesterday. And so we've got that to watch too. That's what we was going to watch last night. And I got a whole bunch of pictures. Somebody sent, one of you all sent me a whole bunch of pictures for, and I just want to, it was Genevieve, I think, sent me all that stuff. Thank you, Genevieve. Howdy do, hillbilly friends. Can't wait till we get our merch rolled out. We've been working on that. And I don't think Missy's in here, is she, this morning? Well, we'll holler at her on Discord, I guess. Curious Chris, good morning, all. My first live. Glad you are here. For anybody who's not been here before, my name is Elizabeth, and I am your friendly hillbilly host. And this is Hillbilly Crime. Want a hillbilly hoodie? Me too. We got some good stuff. We're putting together some really neat stuff. I've already got the shop started and everything. We just have to have the designs put on the products and then put the products into the shop, into the store. And I've kind of delegated that responsibility to my oldest son. And I don't know if he's figured it out yet. I told him there was a YouTube video for everything. Kathy, absolutely. I need a Hillbilly coffee cup to add to my true crime cup collection. Yeah, man. We working on it. We are working on it. Merch could say peace out, hillbillies. That's right. That's right. So I have no idea. I have no idea how to set up that shop. So I was struggling with it. And it sucks when you're paying for something and you don't even have it launched. I'm struggling with getting it launched. I'm a one-woman show here, y'all. The only person that I have to help me with any of this is our mods. Our mods help me a whole lot on our shows. But online retail, I'm just not, I'm very ignorant of how to do all that stuff. So but we'll figure it out. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I guess I could pull up one of these things we can look at while, all right. So Jillian's Law. Somebody mentioned Jillian's Law yesterday. And so I wanted to read to you all what Jillian's Law is. Jillian's Law is a Tennessee law that requires people found incompetent to stand trial to be committed to a mental health facility. That law went into effect on July 1st, 2024. The purpose, to protect the public by preventing people who are not competent to stand trial from being released without supervision or services, to ensure that defendants who are found incompetent to stand trial receive treatment, and how it works. Physicians are required to automatically send people they consider incompetent to stand trial to a mental health facility. People who are institutionalized by the court lose access to their pew-pews. After a 3-year waiting period, people who have their pew-pew access revoked can apply for reinstatement with the court. The law has raised concerns about the availability of hospital beds in state treatment centers. Some question whether the state has enough beds to accommodate the anticipated increase in forensic patients. Named after Jillian Ludwig, an 18-year-old Belmont University student who was pew-pewed and unalived by a stray bullet in a Nashville park in November 2023. Thank you for that. All right, yeah, let's look at this. While they're waiting.
Oh, not dating yet. You know this, okay. You know, like, whatever. This is the last day. If you. And we're working. Don't we need to bring her on, man? Don't wait as long as it's not too long. Okay? Okay, this is for your baby. This is to give her the proper, where's she at?
There's only two places I can make the first shoot.
Where's she
He
at?
said they put her somewhere closer. I think she's somewhere at dad's house.
Okay, his house?
Maybe somewhere like, you know, that like the dog store. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at dad's. Or she's somewhere close.
Underneath the dock at Hunter's.
I don't know if she's underneath there. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that is just my theory. She has to be
No,
moved like that.
I don't want to,
We're not looking at Thea's home.
you need to bring her
She
home.
said, he said that she was somewhere close. The only two places I can think that he would take her.
This is, you're honest with you. Okay, but you know this.
Prior to Contrave, my eating habits were horrendous. It wasn't until I found a nurse.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point.
This is the ending. Okay, let's bring her home. Let's bring her home.
There's a bunch of places I think that he would even have time to take her. She'll do it.
Regardless of time, there has to be a reason that you would know that. Okay, because that
He said she was somewhere close.
in that time, there's only X amount of places she could be. Okay, but you're specifically narrowing down those two places, right? You know.
She's somewhere close.
Help me with this, Megan. When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I had of her? She's in her old penguin suit.
She's in the penguin suit. She wrapped up in her blanket.
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
a picture
He picked her up, or was she?
on the bed. I held her for hours. I didn't want to let her go.
And that's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure. I told you, or I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You know that picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer and she was
Yes.
calling and she has that little purple thing on.
Yes.
So she was sitting
And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
like a dark colored blanket. A thick fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him?
It
What time of day was it?
was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
To be honest with you, she says that all the time. She ain't honest at all.
How long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying she's somewhere close, Papa.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
It was
chicken?
after February.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it was a week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think she did it. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the bed?
Between us.
Okay.
I should have put her just on my side. I slept with her almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in her pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So, there. So you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't be calling when we're both going to
why
go to
can't you
jail.
call someone
And he said we were both going to go to jail if he didn't care.
for her? For her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him? Or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her. I don't know if he did an accident or what. Like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me. I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home. You need that peace. You Mom needs that piece. Everybody needs that piece. We need that piece. Help us bring her home. You're the only one.
I told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm ready for you.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I think there was
I
a
would take her back to Tommy's.
He said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would have caught him?
Because she took her to Tommy's.
I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're
check?
going to check everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I don't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I'll put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't
throw her in
want
the
to know.
trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
He makes me sick.
Megan, you lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laid out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
We'll watch it here too. I'll pull it up.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell.
I don't. I told you no one to places I think she could be.
There's
When you
still not.
say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there, but
Did he mention the boat dock?
no. But he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
I was scared to call anybody.
Liar. Liar, liar.
Did he call you?
Liar.
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back.
Anybody but her. She would have blamed anybody.
We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you all which places I could take her.
Okay.
What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
What should we tell her?
I don't know.
She's buried on that property.
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's so much places I know that he doesn't have time to go to because
Did Hunter take a shovel?
no.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or even a box? Jump up
I
in the box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was this blanket?
It was like a normal size, like police blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, so you describe it.
Like, you know, you swaddle a baby.
Okay. So did you leave her face exposed?
it sounds stupid, but it would be cold, so I wrapped up in a blanket.
So she was her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face, you know how you swaddle a
Her face was
baby?
open.
You know how you swaddle a baby? So I wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
That baby's head was swaddled.
We don't want her to be cold anyway.
She's still out there and we need to bring her home.
And you can help us with that part.
There's only 2 places I'm trying not to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dog, underneath Hunter's dog.
Or just around the dog.
Okay.
No, thank you if you did take her to his house. He's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean? Just put her somewhere inside the house. He dad owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR, but she was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just told her too late.
She gag or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
No.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
She was
Was she
just
blue?
no, not really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder and put up her in the blanket, so I didn't want her cold.
But she left her out in the freezing cold for 2 months.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your dad?
I don't know if that's on property and I took there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you,
Yeah, that's what's there. There's that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
Is she in one of those asphalt piles?
I don't know. I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on this property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
She didn't try to
Well,
hide
I've
the
been out
body.
there, I don't know. I'm asking. Again, that's what I'm trying to do. Help us bring her home.
Hid it in the playhouse,
She
but
don't deserve another night out there in the cold alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know. I really don't.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't use us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself.
must not be signed in on that.
I don't know if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back, it was gone. I didn't want to ask.
Your trash can and the trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere that close?
I don't know. You have to look.
No, to where you, when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and the trash can.
so you said took the trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash
On the
can,
inside.
just when you kept in the kitchen.
I don't know if he took it with you or not. I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at her.
Yeah.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like
Okay, I'm going to switch us over to court now because I think we watched the rest of that the other day. Do y'all remember? I remember watching that part right there.
So back in
Now we got a
good
little
morning.
Morning.
wiggle room in there.
Speak up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing. And we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right. And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Blantonville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or?
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her, I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as exhibits 182.
No objection. Before exhibit 1,
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Steve Williams. Hold on just a second, okay? I'm going.
I can't go nowhere.
They've been talking to you about your child, right?
Yeah.
And where was the last time you saw your child? I'm coming home telling her.
Right after Christmas.
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Blantonville. Like I told him, I don't know if he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan at?
Blantonville. I was your grandparents' house.
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandpa?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it fit right on my mouth.
that's no problem.
Am I any questions here all night?
No. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why are you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're going to keep questioning me, accusing me of lying, like I want an attorney.
Okay,
Because I'm not lied to them.
okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mhm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, right?
Right, but I never walked in. We stood in the driveway.
Okay, and what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise. I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah, okay. And was Ethan's family?
I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked. Kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house. And we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car seat in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day, you communicate with,
He won't talk to me.
but
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or
No,
actual?
on the phone.
Okay, so actually talking. to
Yes,
each
he would get mad and hang up, and I'd call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and just quit answering.
other. Did he say he had Evelyn then?
Yes. And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come to New Year's with you and Evelyn, like, I just want us to be there as a family, you know what I mean? But I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at then?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or friend?
Friend around here.
Okay. And you don't know who his friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
Okay. But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
And then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been,
I've tried to
2
call
weeks.
and he won't answer. I would leave voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year and he never checked on her and I had to support her by myself. So when I got here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter or want to be with her, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, you don't help me at all. Like I want you to see how it feels, so no help.
so
from
he
you.
didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her or help me at all.
Does
You
he
know-
live in a house down there?
I don't know.
And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas? Right.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house?
Yeah, but nobody was there when I went.
Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still haven't heard from her, but somebody's called about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you won't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the Army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it, and like I said, I supported her for like over a year, and I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me, you know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13, I don't remember, it's 2013, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She had known until I was 15. Like I had to basically raise her, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean, I'm all for it. And like I said, something I don't love Evelyn or want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean. is what it is.
See my girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know, he used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating, let me take that back. He was talking to her, but she lived in like really sketchy apartment things. Why? Like the government house and one. I'll say it was cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm.
So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off somewhere with somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted to
Right.
drop her off, right? So who would you think that he would trust him? Let's put out his grandparents.
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Ethan never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the army, like, he's just not talking about it. I don't care how much I tried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you. And also, when he was in the army, he'd go like months without talking to me.
Well,
Before and after I had Evelyn.
well, if you're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that, you can't just.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes he would just get mad and just not talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like long periods of time. And I know that wouldn't be.
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now find her, where would you tell us to look?
I don't know who Ethan hangs out with.
Does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Does he go lost stuff on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have communicating on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he's blocked me on Facebook now. He blocked me on Instagram. So he didn't want to talk to me.
Did you participate in any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
Okay. You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay. It's my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz, a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillen, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay. Your interview and those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Is that?
There were several officers and agents that interviewed, or several officers that interviewed that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more.
Yes.
Okay. At one point, she asked you for an attorney,
No, sir.
but you didn't feel like she did.
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere.
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted,
Well,
overruled for now.
After she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this, had she been Mirandized?
Yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No,
You know who did?
no, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, and this will be kind of my last question on that. You didn't stop questioning her. You said, "Do you want to talk to me?" You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing, late afternoon.
The late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
You read it?
There you go.
Is he free to go?
Yes. Let's stay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Your religion and understanding is ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
State was called Joey Strickler.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record?
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Second Judicial District Attorney General's Office
How long have you been employed there?
since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan, excuse
Okay,
me.
go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office,
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain of Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and two different occasions. It was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college, I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to a patrolman, and from patrolman went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain over the criminal investigation division.
Right. And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, it was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video. Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number
183.
183.
Any objection? No, sir.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Joey Strickler. I'm the captain of criminal investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah,
and he's supposed to be, I reckon he's supposed to be coming to pick you up. So,
I was wondering how my mom can get me.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take care of that.
Okay, well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got another cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
Can you?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to mean like he does, like I just really like don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Be right back. Get right. They're calling right now.
But tell him that mom can get me.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I've been watching, the videos. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years. And it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry. And then
That's okay, though. That's okay. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, you give a Maggie, is that right? That precious little baby somewhere. I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know what sorry to tell you that, girl.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while. And I know, we've been talking to even, we've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone. And we've been talking and trying to find this baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us, or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they won't keep.
I don't know if you know that I dropped her off somewhere. What happened? I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off, and she's asking what she was wearing and stuff like that, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to that whole thing. And, I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And, the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama, and you're the mama that let the baby go. When I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was scared to her dad, and I thought it was okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I didn't think that, I wasn't going to see her for months at a time or something like that. What I did, when I was started happening, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be my mom just to try to, solve myself. I don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And, I just learned her for over a year by myself. And I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
But how old are you, Max?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you just don't into a different world, wasn't you? And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mom. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you, but I'm telling you, we gotta find that little thing. We gotta find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it, so I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
And did this happen after you had gave her to you? Okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents?
His grandparents.
His grandparents?
Me and him stood outside. We didn't go in.
And where was the baby at?
On my hip. And then I let her kind of go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine.
So okay, did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never did come out?
No.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her?
This first day, and Ethan brought it to it and he told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back?
It was just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter. But I didn't really tell me and Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay, how long do you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I met him my freshman year of high school.
Where'd you go to school at?
Central. Okay. So you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay. So, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay. And then he got in, he joined the Army, is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off, you went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off or say, hey, you're not talking to my
I think
baby?
you just basically ran me off.
Okay. When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
No, I
him?
stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
And did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you and you brought it back, okay? And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay. And your dad's
Tommy.
okay. So you stayed at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
You know where Sugar Hall is?
I sure
Like
do.
on the corner of Sugar Hall and Boswell.
Oh, yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like storage units across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Moody's, the restaurant, or little restaurant place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there and then you moved down there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Hunter
Not much, I won't lie to you, just because I'm
That's
worried
fine.
about bringing Evelyn around people, and you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, like Hunter told me he's on probation, we were in talking about before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you was doing the best for your baby by
Not having her around.
him and
And I know that sounds bad, but like now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him about like a couple of weeks when I was dealing with him, you know, when I was kind of like taking me out, you know,
okay.
they were having us together.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan,
Yeah, her dad.
her dad. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby and, I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing this a long time, and the worst thing that's ever had to deal with is the death of a child, or a baby that's been hurt, or a baby that's been abused. And I have a lot of nightmares about that, and it's been too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, to know where that baby's at, or where, just to point me in the right direction, please help me. Please help me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out since Christmas to the family to try to find Evelyn, talk to her, just eat up and even put her on the phone, let me speak to her?
Because I was really just trying to resolve two meetings, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve it between these two.
So tell me what you think. What do you think happened?
I don't know if he's taking her in contract for someone else for.
You think he may have hurt her?
No.
Did you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He used to get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
No, they don't know. No.
You never seen that? You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. How did she, do you know how that bruise happened? That you think is maybe
Fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
where at?
And Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise or the broke arm or anything like that? So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because I think that we're being told is that by him, he's like, I've not seen her.
He has seen her. I swear to you, he has.
When you last time you seen that little thing,
On Christmas Eve, he had her then, but I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family and husband went fishing for her every second night. And he that Christmas Day, and I got her stuff, and I got her. And I got, like something my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to him.
they're on off of Hartown. Did you get to see her that day?
Yeah.
What did you take to her that day?
I don't know if my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
So sad. Well, I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward the mama. And it points toward you because for one reason is that you willingly took the baby to Ethan. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he's saying, of course. We got to find the baby. We've got to find Evelyn. Got to find her. Take care of her. And if it's a situation where, you know, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you, we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we got to find her.
When you all find her, does this mean I won't fantasy of her anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, there's a little sliver that you might know where she might be. Well, hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, go with the officer, please.
Go on stand, please.
Yes.
You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll be recessed up 10, 15 minutes. If you just sit down. Just no discussion.
I forget I'm on mute when I do that. Anyway, okay. So we're going to look at this here. This is Evelyn Boswell timeline while they're on recess. Megan Boswell, mother of Evelyn, has been charged with 19 counts, including felony red rum and child harming. All right, so we'll go over this timeline while we're waiting. You guys hear me now, though, right? Okay. Look at that cute little baby, y'all. That precious little baby. Hit that like button for me, you guys. If you haven't hit the like button, or if you're not subscribed, it doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. You just hit the little button that says subscribe. And make sure that your notifications are turned on. It's that little bell. You see a little bell icon, and you just click on it and make sure they're turned on. Okay. On February 18th, 2020, a child was reported missing. So February 18th, remember, they were talking about all those dates in December. And that the last time, well, okay, let's read this. Also on February 18th, CPS talked to Megan Boswell, age 18. So she was 18 at that time. At an address owned by Randy Wood, Megan's then boyfriend's father. So she was at Hunter's whenever the grandpa called, I guess. The boyfriend's name is Hunter Wood. The next day, on the 19th, the Amber Alert was met. The criteria was met, and they put it out. When the media began publishing the talking points of this case, it only filled the public with questions and picked up a massive amount of interest very, very quickly. The biggest issue in question was, at the time, the child was last reported seen by any member of the Boswell family on December 26th. Why did it take 2 months to report the child missing? February 20th, so that would be the third day. A 2007 gray BMW was reported stolen by Melissa Wood, Hunter's mother. The next day, the 21st of February, the police realized the stolen BMW may be connected to the Amber Alert case and put out a press release and an APB on the car. Also, the 21st, so the same day, Angela Boswell, 42, Evelyn's grandmother and Megan's mother, and William McLeod, age 33, that was Angela's boyfriend, the mom's boyfriend, were arrested while occupying the BMW in Wilkes County, North Carolina. The charge, possession of stolen property, and charges related to prior legal issues. They were also both wanted for questioning in regards to this case. Also on February 21st, Megan Boswell, known as Maggie, was seen leaving juvenile court in Bristol, Tennessee. She would not talk to the media. Also on 21st, later in the day, Megan contacted a local media outlet, News 5, and granted them a one-on-one interview. She loved the attention. Megan informed the media that she didn't report her child missing because she knew where Evelyn was and who she was with, and feared they would leave and she'd never see Evelyn again. She would not say who had the child. So that's what she went on the news and told. Man. Sheesh. Also on the 21st, Tommy Boswell speaks with the media and confirms that he's the one who reported Evelyn missing. He also said he spoke to his ex-wife, Angela, Evelyn's grandma, before reporting Evelyn missing and informed her about what he decided to do. According to Tommy, she warned him that he'd be sorry if he did that. So her mom, Megan's mom, told Tommy he'd be sorry if he reported her missing. That's kind of suspicious, ain't it? Why is the grandma saying that? On the 24th of 2020, Angela Boswell and William McLeod appear in court in Wilkes County, North Carolina, before being extradited back to Tennessee. On the 25th, Megan grants News 5 a second interview. Oh, she was loving all this attention, wasn't she? Stemming from this interview, Megan's claim that she's pregnant and was denied a polygraph test by the authorities because of her pregnancy. Well, also on the 25th, the sheriff's department stated they never requested Megan take a polygraph, and they didn't have plans of requesting it. They knew she was lying. They didn't need that. Also on the 25th, Megan is arrested for making false reports and held on a $25,000 bond. The next day, on the 26th, a pond 1 mile from where Angela and William were arrested was dredged. This property is owned by William's grandmother, who the couple visited and asked for money from while they were in North Carolina. Nothing was found in the pond or anywhere on the property. On February 28th, so 2 days later, TBI executes a warrant to search a small mobile home park in Sullivan County, Tennessee. The property rentals belonged to Tommy Boswell Jr., son of Evelyn's grandfather. Tommy Boswell Sr. TBI takes items from inside a trailer and underneath the trailer. Also on the 28th, it's learned the property searched was once occupied by Angela Boswell, Megan, and Evelyn. It's unknown when they last lived there. TBI has not released any information regarding these items or why they searched the property. Angela, age 42, there she is. February 28th, Angela Boswell is bailed out of jail by her father and would not address the media. March 2nd, Megan Boswell appears in court to make a plea on providing false information. Her defender asked the judge to reduce her bond to $10,000, and the motion was denied. Theirs was also an issue regarding her current address, which is different than what the court was provided. Okay. On March 6th, police believe they found the remains of Evelyn Boswell. Evelyn's remains were found in a shed on the property of Tommy. March 9th, Megan Boswell is called into court for a bond hearing, and the judge raises her bond from $25,000 to $150,000. As we wait for the results of Evelyn's autopsy, the bond amount will assure she stays detained. Substantial risk of harm to the community was given for the reason, along with being a flight risk. And that's where it's at. You see that top corner there of Tennessee? that's where that's at. They're still out on recess, so. This has given us some new information that we didn't know, kind of filling in the gaps for us. It all took place in the sleepy little southern town of Blunttville, Tennessee, in Sullivan County, Tennessee, right on the edge of Kentucky and northeast Tennessee. It's the kind of town you could drive through and never even know you had been there. While in the shadows and only a few feet away from you, something horrible was happening. From the moment the Amber Alert was launched, February 19th, 2020, until now, the public has been heavily active in this case. Most are truly baffled and are looking for answers. Some have done more damage than good and have managed to impede progress with conspiracy theories, lies, spin, blame, and confusion. Facts in the case came in slow from the start, and the small amount that reached the public only fueled more questions and confusion. Originally, it was stated there were no confirmed sightings of Evelyn since December 26, 2019. That was pushed back to December 10th and 11th, when Evelyn was being babysat. The identity of this babysit has been withheld from the media and the public. That was probably that lady that we saw on the trial the other day. Tommy Boswell, the grandfather of Evelyn, reported Evelyn missing on February 18th, and in and of itself leads to dozens of new questions. Tommy stated he had last seen Evelyn on Thanksgiving, when everyone had dinner together. But what about Christmas? No one realized Evelyn was absent during the biggest holiday of the year. No one bought presents for her. No one asked where she was. Tommy stated that he called Angela, his ex-wife, Megan's mom, before reporting Evelyn missing and informed her what he was about to do. According to him, she said, "If you do that, you'll be sorry." This issue has been a bright red flag for everyone paying attention. If Evelyn was truly missing, why would Tommy report her missing? If Evelyn was truly missing, why didn't Angela report her missing? Where are the uncles and aunts and in-laws? Where are the friends of the family? And most of all, why was no one concerned about this innocent child? The questions go on and on and on. And with the blanks, there comes more theories. And with those theories comes more questions, with no confirmed answers at all. When Evelyn was first reported missing, no one was sure where Angela was, and her online persona was confused because she was using the last name of her current boyfriend, Hunter Wood. I think the trial's coming back in. Yeah. We'll finish that. They said on the stand, Tommy said on the stand, they went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, and Megan and Hunter came and said Evelyn was with Ethan. Yeah, that's what her dad said. Foster mom was the first one to say something to the father. In my opinion, he wouldn't have reported it if she didn't get involved. Thank y'all for adding the extra details. Absolutely. Helps, doesn't it? Fills in those gaps. Yeah. they had dogs on the property the first time. I don't think they looked in buildings. Tommy remembered seeing Megan's car backed up to storage building and called the law enforcement to come look. Yeah, he said his son had had a seizure, and so he was taking
Maybe seen it, thank you.
to him and saw her car backed up to the shed down there. And that must be when she put her in there.
I mean, be around that. If he's an abuser and stuff that you didn't know about, you don't need to be around that. And then, you know, we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay?
I don't know the number, Hunter has it.
Has it?
Hunter does, so I got to give you a call in the car and come get me.
Oh, okay, tell her, okay. We'll find out.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so now moving to, well, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety?
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection. All right, before exhibit 184.
And permission to play it for the jury.
I have, I got been a couple long time, and I've got my own opinions about this stuff. But just something that's not adding up. It's just not adding up. And if there's something that you think in your mind, anyway, that's informative, you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He's already talked to Mom that she's having all this starting on now. She's gonna have to disappear, that she's gonna go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Your mom had that something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So, has Tommy told you that
And all this started going on, because he called her the night before. He talked to you all, and he told her what he was going to do. And she said, well, you can't do that. This is what he told me. Like, I'll have to disappear. I can't go back to the hospital. I don't know. I hope she didn't do anything to
See, but I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he was too good, but this is just what I told her this morning. I promise you. I talked to him on the phone on my way down here. Because I called my grandma first. I wanted to stop down there for a thing up here. I've never had any talk to you. When he called me, he started telling me.
So Tommy told you that he has talked to.
No, this was before he called up here.
Okay, but he has talked to your mom.
A couple days ago. And that he told me that he lied to her and lied to me and said that DCS was going to do a whole visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to resolve it.
And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, man, help me with this. He told Angel that he was going to send DCS to
about Evelyn and stuff. And he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, and like, nobody can ever find me again, like, I'm going to jail and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm not being biased. That's just the last part to say.
Okay. And then Angel said that she was going to run, but she was going to leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad, apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to do a checkup on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then they met at Eagle that, like, she was crying and, like, wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was not freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had, like, so much faith in my mom and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really, like, I'm sorry, that's what my first question was saying. Have you all talked to her? Then yesterday, the whole way up here, she was like, bitching at me, saying that, like, I won't lie, I lied. She didn't run out of gas. She just wanted to me.
I do.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't tell them. That's hard work. So you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like, bitching at me and saying that she was going up here. She didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You didn't
Want to be seen,
She wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
Do you think she's in that? Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah.
Was the last time you seen her, she's in the BMW?
Yeah, so she got out to Evelyn Boswell.
Oh, okay. That was the day that you walked up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Was McLeod with her?
Yeah.
Did he drive or did she drive?
He usually drives.
Did he drive it?
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title over there.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name?
I think it's his brother's name, that's why I think it's title over there. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was going to buy it, and then Tanner backed out on it.
And you got mad at you, we wrecked or something, a friend?
Yeah, on like the passenger side spinning wheel, I guess. Like, it's kind of like popped out, and it's kind of big, and the headlights, you know, a lot dimmer on that side.
Okay. But that's who it should be in, okay? And,
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. Are they just ate up the daily?
I mean, he is. I don't.
Listen, if I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl, I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's old now, she's 25 years old. But I love my daughter dearly. I want to ask you something. Do you love your little girl? Yeah. Off all your heart. Okay. Okay. Now, that's what I'm getting to. And we need you to help us. Because everybody, we are trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind we can work this things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we gotta get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drug?
They're just using them. I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very far.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you. There were a few times that, like, Dad and I would went there, like Elijah, when she'd be with me, like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she normally, like on her arms and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Does she go by Angela or Angel?
Angel.
So if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay, I'm not one shot to find my baby and to get my baby back, where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, give us on the road. If you won't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll come get me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No,
You ever been to Mendoza?
no.
But they want to take you there. They won't take you there yesterday. It was different.
Well, they wouldn't tell me where they were going. I just saw the road sign. Let me take that back.
I understand. So what risk I see?
Like, State City Highway, one that has like, air, places like Mendoza, it's like 5 miles away or something like that. We
Okay.
were headed in the direction of Mendoza. I mean, maybe they weren't like, we take me there, but that's just what I thought. Like, they would not tell me anything.
Okay. Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all his family's from North Carolina.
Okay. Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So when I asked you that question about laying it out there where you might be going, I mean, you had a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter.
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's what she's like, not answer anybody, kind of disappear.
Now, I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to the deacon.
But Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan since then.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what, I don't know, like 110%, that's just what I've been told.
He told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions her and find her, you can not tell her that I like.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that. Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay? I want Evelyn. I want her back, safe and sound. I want her, those pictures of her, that picture of her and you, I'll be honest, I got enough in my wall, my office of you and her. So that makes me want to go that much further and try to find her. Okay? And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. Could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? Was she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash pile or something like that? And that's what God did. And but you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked
Yeah.
to. She's talked to Ethan, and you pretty firm that you gave let Ethan take care of her right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or
No, it was Christmas
Christmas Eve?
Me and my family went to Pigeon Forge and I dropped her off before we went.
Your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
No. Me, Hunter, Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids with.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just ask them.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden, and then we went around Grove Park, and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island Inn.
I'll stay there before. It's pretty nice place. So, do you come back on Christmas Day?
Yeah,
And when you went back over, did you see her on Christmas?
yeah.
Okay, so you went back on Christmas Day.
I had her at Christmas, so
Did you get to see her?
for a minute, yeah.
Did you let you hold her or anything? What time did you go about Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this up, I probably got like 4 or something, so I guess it was after that,
So you took presents to her
you know.
at Eaton's. And you took no present. Did you get to go in or did you just?
No, he always said he said I'm fine.
And then you took the little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her hand, and then you gave her back.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you just didn't say, "Come on, you're going back with Mama."
I started reaching for him, but I didn't want to take her from him.
You started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to pray. That's all I wanted.
Who took you over there?
Hunter rode with me. Not Hunter sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove and
He drove back.
but you drove over and
Yes, he drove back. This was my cruiser. I had it. I'm sorry we're not as much as I've been all together the past 2 days. I just can't anymore.
You've been through hell and back, and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at. Oh my gosh! I know it's heart wrenching. And you know, when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything with each other?
No.
And,
Hunter didn't get out of the car. Well, Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
okay, and you what did you say? You pulled out. You did you just walk back in with?
I didn't see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
And then he was just holding her when you pulled away.
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words or anything? Any anger
I
words?
mean, we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I called him and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want to go with me, that's fine. We were at his mom's house. I was like, just let me know. I won't break it. That's fine. You know, like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her. It's Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked for I called. I didn't mean to piss him off.
Okay.
And we had an argument again because I won't lie to you. He asked me, like, if I had any more diapers. And I was like, yeah, but, like, I took care of myself for a year. Like, it's your daughter. You can buy her back of, like, freaking diapers. I'm sorry, I don't know about it. It's not that I want to do without anything. It's just, you know.
So Christmas Day, you're saying is the last time.
No, I saw her the day after that. The 26th.
And then when did you see her over at Ethan's tent?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled in for him to pull out.
He had her with.
Yeah, that's cute. He got me out for a second, me and we're arguing, and he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into an escalate from there. And then he told me that I had to leave or even call the cops, so I was.
how the other one act? Can she tell you?
She didn't like reach for anything. I need to talk to them. I'm sorry.
Was anybody with you in?
Yeah.
Have you talked to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him on New Year's, and he wouldn't let me come over. Or New Year's Eve. If I say New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, like the 31st. I'm trying to talk to him, he's just not really like answering me, but apparently my mom told me that she talked to him.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him.
Okay. So you might talk to Ethan. You talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And Ethan said that your mom been talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she had been talking to him.
Yeah.
And did Ethan ever tell you that she get gone?
No.
Have you been heard?
Well,
You think Ethan would hurt?
my mom?
No, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You don't think Ethan would hurt?
No. I feel like if he did do anything together, someone would probably take care of him. I don't think he would.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? They did too?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times where they like talked over text over the years. I mean, I'm sure this was, you know,
Okay.
3.5, 4 years.
Okay. But you've known Ethan a long time, you have.
Yeah.
I know this is going back a little bit, but I mean, how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out,
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, but my little sister. But they had a baby after that. I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if you're talking about as far as like divorce,
Legal,
what they,
yeah.
I think like 2014.
when did they finally make a split? And, you know, Tommy and your mom, and she go her way and he went his.
Whenever his Ashley's birthday, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, so this has been relatively fairly recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018 after Ashley's birthday at that.
June 2018.
I don't know that, I would be June 2018, you know, the exact date. It was at the beginning of June.
Okay.
I know that I was over there on Father's Day, she was there. So she had been there 14, because that's when Father's Day is, right?
It is.
Yeah, so she had been there before that.
All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time, because they were all in apartments in like Popular Ridge. They were definitely like talking and she got their documents and stuff like that. They just weren't like legally together.
have you you've been living down with Hunter, right?
Yeah,
And you live in, I know you live in the trailer.
yeah.
Over in, down near Boonies. I'll hang out, you'll go there and eat. So, you live there, and then after that, you moved in with Hunter. correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I stayed in hotels with you guys.
You're right, I understand, yeah.
But
But that's basically, if I had to, let's put a timeline of where you live and stuff like that, that's
yeah. Up until around like March 2018, from February to March, I was with my dad. Or until April, yeah, and then I moved in with him all the way up later in the life. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. Okay. So So basically,
There were a couple nights my mom was at a hotel and I go stay with her, but as far as like living wise with it was like my mom.
and then she's the one that lives where?
At the mom and dad's hill, like
Down Bay
I'm
Creek.
3 hours.
So you live most of May Creek. What do you call her?
Oh, mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy. Okay. You lived there with her from when you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of hours, but I'm very much rather there because I'm else. There's a cop that lives right up the road from me that actually made me feel a lot better. So after I seen his car there, I was like, I won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cop that really like my neighbor, and I was like, it's fine.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that, when you
I got my
took
trailer
your
a
trail.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Because I trick or treated my maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in her little costume and she was at the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, I know that the last scene her on the 26th, okay, and on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, your wife I'm just going. So all this has transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and you say, Maggie, why did you call somebody?
Mom was talking to me, she told me I should just try to resolve it with me. And that's what I was trying to do. She told me she was trying to talk to me about it.
You did it again. Because that's the first time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is back there. So I want to go ahead and break for lunch and let them try to figure this out. We'll come back probably 1:15.
One thing, please.
Okay, guys, so they've got us on mute. While they're doing that, we'll go back over here and finish reading this. Let's see, where are the uncles? The questions go on and on. Child Protective CPS tracked her down to a house owned by Hunter's father. Make sure my mic is on. Yeah, okay. When CPS didn't get their questions answered, they realized they had the criteria for an Amber Alert and submitted the case. This was the very same day Evelyn was reported missing, and the Amber Alert was active early the following morning. A lot of public focus was put on Angela's boyfriend, Hunter, and when the media went to his place of business and interviewed him, it created a storm of blame and premature finger pointing. Some people became convinced that Megan did something horrible to Evelyn in pursuit of a new life with Hunter, and Hunter himself was involved in it. They were definite about their blame, but there's absolutely no evidence implicating Hunter's involvement in any of this. Hunter said in his media interview that Megan and him were on and off, that it wasn't a serious relationship, and that he had never even seen Evelyn. only shown pictures, and told he was with his biological father, who was home for military leave during the holidays. Now, and here we've got the pictures. So we all know baby Evelyn, bless her Jesus. And this is Hunter, y'all. Look how good looking he is. I wonder if I can make that bigger. That's as high as it'll go. Look how good looking he is. He's such a good looking young man. Golly. I bet they all wish they had a do-over. Don't you think they wish they all had a do-over? If they could just go back. Now, he's in a mental hospital right now and will not be testifying in this trial. Oh. This is William McLeod. He's the boyfriend of Megan's mom, Angela. I wonder if we'll hear if he'll testify. This is Ethan. Wow, look how different he looks compared to what he did on the stand. Ethan's a good-looking boy, too. He's a good-looking kid, too. Ethan, Evelyn's biological father. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Active duty military. That just drives me insane that just to know that they were, bless her, Jesus, that their lives were just destroyed by this little girl. I mean, somebody said it there a minute ago in chat. Be like Miley and come in like a wrecking ball. Well, that's what she did. She came into all these people's lives like a wrecking ball. No, they didn't have Ashley in there. Just had Angela. And then there's Tommy. He was the one who got on the stand. He was the very first one to testify. And he looks a whole lot different than what he did in 2014, 2012, whenever that one picture was taken. He looks a whole lot different. All right, guys. So, look here. Court, they've went on lunch break. Yes. Neen. How you pronounce your name? Nene or Neen Brown? Megan is the Super Bowl of lies. Megan is a very pretty girl as well. She was, but looks can be deceiving. How many good-looking people do you know have the attitude of a swamp rat? Nene. Okay, thank you, honey. Nene. Miss Nene Brown. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Glitter says, do you think Megan took it from Hunter's family under the rouge of paying for it? Tell her mom to take off with it because Hunter was like, I'm done with this BS. Payback, maybe? I think she was just looking for any way she could try and cover her tracks. It said on one of those articles that we read or something we read yesterday, it said that she had Hunter's mom was going to sell her car, or at least this is how I understood it. Hunter's mom was going to sell her car, and Megan said she would buy it from her, and she was just going to take it for a short period of time. I don't remember how long the period of time was. Could have been a few hours, could have been a couple days. I don't know. I don't remember that part, but said that Megan was going to take it and test drive it before she bought it. And she took it and never did bring it back. So it was like a couple days later, Miss Wood, Hunter's mom, reported it stolen. And then, so Megan is the one that had the car. So the way that I understood it, unless I got this wrong, if I got this wrong, somebody let me know if you know different. But this is how I understood it, was Megan got the car. So in my mind, the only way Angela got it was if Megan gave it to her. And you don't know what Megan's told Angela. You know, she's Super Bowl of lies. Everything comes out of her mouth. So, I don't know. That's where I think Megan could have been setting Angela up, because she was already saying that her mom had the baby. So she could have planned that with no intention of buying that car. That could have been a way to cover her tracks somewhat and set her mom up, or to try and implicate her mom, or to make her mom look bad. I don't know. And then they arrested her mom driving the car when it was reported stolen. Cinnamon, she says, Ethan is a fine young man. He spoke so clear and concise. He was. He's military. I couldn't imagine how mortified and embarrassed he was when they came and shut his base down to investigate him, looking for this baby that he had only seen one time, that he was not allowed to see. I mean, it looks to me like any time he ever asked to see her, he was denied. And she was trying to force this baby on him. And it wasn't even his baby. And she probably thought the same thing we did when you look at that little face there. And then let's go over here to Ethan. There we go. I ain't got him side by side, but look at his face there. And then look at her little face. She does look like him. She could pass for his kid. So when Megan had her and she saw her little face, she's probably said, thank goodness. And she probably didn't know who the dad was. But there had to have been some other boy in the picture somewhere. So who was she hanging out with? I mean, it's just a process of elimination, right? Who was around? Or who was she hanging around? Who she could have gotten pregnant by? Who could the daddy be? Megan was supposed to pay $2,500 by the 13th for the BMW. And she didn't have no money. Maybe they're taking this trial slow because the elephant in the room just beyond this mother. That's right, Violet. Looks are only skin deep. For some, and when you've got people that have been pretty or good looking all their life, they've had money, they've never had to be desperate, they've never had not known what it was like to not be able to pay their electric bill, or and remember, Megan was a child. She wasn't an adult. She didn't know anything about responsibility. I mean, my kids don't even really know anything about responsibility. They're 13 and 14. She would have been what, 15 or 16 when she got pregnant. Kids just, I mean, my son is very capable of cleaning his room. He's very capable of it. And every once in a while, I even get him to do it. Every once in a while, I even get him to pull it off. But this kid here had his crap together, and his papa made sure of it. His papa made sure of it. He took him to the recruiter, he said. He said, I took him to the recruiter myself. And somebody said in here earlier that he went into basic training like 12 days after he graduated. So he was a good kid. And I know when my oldest son went into basic training, he hadn't never really been away from home. He hadn't never done anything except JROTC. He was always in JROTC in school. But when he came out of boot camp, man, he was a different person. He was a whole different person. That little kid he was before he left came back a man. He came back a young man, and it was basic training that did that. He didn't have no dad either. He was raised by me and Mom. That basic training made a man out of him. Violet, absolutely. You can just never tell what's really on the inside of someone. No. But God knows our hearts. God knows our hearts. Her attorney on the news last night said they know who the father is. Well, they're going to need to prove it. I want to see a DNA test because I don't take her word for it. So I sure don't take her lawyer's word for it unless they have a DNA test. Because I don't believe nothing comes out her mouth. And she would try to do it again. She'd throw somebody else under the bus. Violet, they shouldn't have to know real responsibility at that age. They shouldn't. I agree. My kids, the only two things that I ask of them is to go to school. Don't give me a hard time in the morning, and go to school and go to practice and your ball games. That's it. That's all I ask. Like Alan takes the garbage out, they both help walk the dog. And those are things that they do. It's not something that's mandatory at my house, But I might get a little fussy, and there ain't no choice. So I guess I don't know, but other times I get tired of asking them, and I just put the leash on the dog and take her out myself. So, man. Cinnamon says, right, and Ethan didn't have a mommy and a daddy. He was raised by extended family members. I'm sure life wasn't always simple. Hard to believe they were high school sweethearts. And I don't think they were high school sweethearts, to be honest with you. I think that she latched on to this boy at a young age, and he didn't know how to get her off of him. I can see that. She said 3 or 4 years. So yeah, they would have been 13, 14. He would have been, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I can see her latching on to him and he couldn't shake her loose. And he was kind of just stuck with her, you know. And it wasn't serious for him at all. But, you know, eventually you get tired and they wear you down. Sometimes you get tired of saying no and they'll wear you down. And then you end up just settling for something. You know, that happens all the time. It happens all the time. All right, y'all. Well, since they're on lunch break, I am going to go ahead and we're going to put this on pause. If anybody has anything that they need to go do, like take your dog out, we will meet back here at 1. Let's see, what's it say? Jury will be back at 1:10 p.m. All right. So we'll do what we got to do, and then we'll meet back here. Yeah. There you go. Thanks, Mama Duck. If you'd like to help a gal out, give Elizabeth a tip to help keep the lights on. StreamYard ain't cheap. Elizabeth would never ask, so I am. Thanks, Mama Duck. Bless you, bless you, bless you. All right, y'all. We will be back here at 1:15.
We can bring the jury in if they're ready.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, you can continue.
Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
We can go ahead and submit that to the court reporter. It was exhibit number 184. Okay. Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, she kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I won't go back to that a little bit, other than I guess your administrative roles as a liaison.
That's correct.
And these two interviews that you initiated or done with Ms. Boswell, those both the same day?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
February the 20th.
Now, did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th?
If there was more after me, I believe so.
So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams?
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
that's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone?
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day?
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those two interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't. Been 5 years. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview
That's
her.
correct. That's correct.
She never left
No,
and came back for a second interview.
not to my knowledge. No.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview with attenuated by a brief amount of time.
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak.
Yes.
both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years in law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And that would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, Judge. Can I just say? Really what you were interviewing about on this day was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Gratz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed.
Yes, sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take that. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. If you're released from your detention, you're free to go. Call your next.
Does it recall Jeffrey Blanton?
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And your last name spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am, I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay. Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012. And during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task
Okay.
Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents. And the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes, the typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions. And we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law of 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So I actually didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler. So myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for it to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12.
Okay.
It gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under 12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
If we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have, she volunteered, she spoke with me, she said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off, if she
Okay.
walked there. I don't know.
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And did she state that she left Evelyn there, or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of December.
The 24th, okay.
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she
Alone.
dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville at Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Wood stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Okay. Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. And did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Okay. Did she indicate whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she going back. She went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and that she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up, or was soon to be up, with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am. I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called, I think on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
But that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point. I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th. I don't recall specifically. Maybe both days. She said they did get into an argument that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody.
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her.
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if
Okay.
listed on,
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father,
not listed on the birth certificate.
not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay. So did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child,
Okay.
that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out,
Okay.
that Evelyn was attached to her at the hip and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year and she felt like it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Did she indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself?
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Ms. Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, she
Okay.
did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter of fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a 1-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that day was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You stop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanton. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you. What time of day was it when you arrived at the sheriff's department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickler calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, I know I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Had you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You're released from your subpoena. Next.
Say we call David Gratz.
Raise your right hand, state your name.
David Gratz.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing more?
Okay. Thank you. Please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General Barry's office.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state. to request the TBI to investigate facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the District Attorney General.
Okay. And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child.
Okay.
It was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay. And we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
We approach her.
This is.
To pass you a document.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster. And it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be 185.
Thank you.
Defense. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. February 19th. Okay. And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how is the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to.
Okay.
I know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, and for where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent.
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
For TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay, and were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay, which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was the TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County, and I believe there were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay, and how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together? How do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th
Okay.
Of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50. going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes,
Okay. Just another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
it is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did, yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Okay. Did you find Evelyn?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
We did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you two photographs. you still have the photographs?
All right, objection's overruled.
Yes,
you.
I do.
You still have the photographs? Okay,
I do.
okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are two photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
In the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So did not buy, you said there were new tenants in that trailer.
That is correct.
Okay. Did they indicate that was their stroller?
No, they.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
Not that I can recall.
At this time, we're going to, well, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask those be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186.
The collective 186 of the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish. Is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. If, Your Honor, may he step down for a second?
Yes.
Okay. If you could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187, over objection.
And Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job. Do you need help? Roll it up. See if we can roll it under the table. That'll work. There you go. Thank you. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February the 20th.
Okay. Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office here in Blanton.
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas, on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that, we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks. And
okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had been around Evelyn at all?
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter had never held Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
She told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
Started to object. I'll not make the objection. We approach the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll take about a 15-minute break. Mr. Gratz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness during the break. We'll allow them to discuss their testimony.
Excellent. Court stands in recess.
All right, guys, while we're on this break, we'll go over here and look at this. It says family of felons. Granddad of Evelyn May Boswell ran over love rival with his truck and napped kid his wife after she stuck him in the neck. All right. Look at that creepy grin he's got on his face there. That's kind of scary. Says the grandparents of missing Tennessee toddler Evelyn Boswell have amassed a lengthy list of criminal charges in the past 2 decades. Angela Boswell once allegedly tabbed Tommy Boswell Sr. in the neck with a pin per court records, while Tommy Sr. admitted to taking his wife and was charged with attempted red rum for running over one of his estranged wife's lovers with his truck. My goodness. And there's the baby. Bless her, Jesus. Says Evelyn May Boswell was born into a family of felons. It is now Angela and Tommy's daughter, Megan Boswell, who finds herself in trouble with the law. She is behind bars after making a false statement to members of the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, but may soon be charged with a capital offense. Megan, 20, has failed to provide police with any credible information regarding the location of her missing daughter, Evelyn. She did not even report the 18-month-old child missing to authorities. It was Megan's father, Tommy Sr., who notified police about Evelyn's disappearance last month, saying at the time that he had not seen his granddaughter since Thanksgiving. Tommy Sr. and Angela were even younger than Megan when they welcomed their first child. Tommy Jr. was born in 1993 when Angela was just 16 and Tommy was 24. Well, that should be statutory. At the time, it was considered statutory R-word in the state of Tennessee for an individual to engage in sexual activity with a minor under the age of 18, unless there was a 4-year age difference between the two parties. There was an 8-year age gap between Tommy and Angela. It was Tommy. Sorry, I wanted to jump back there and make sure my mic was on. Okay. It was Tommy who found himself in trouble with the law early in the pair's relationship. The same year his son was born, he was picked up in Washington County, Virginia on a misdemeanor assault charge that was eventually dismissed the following year. Tommy and Angela managed to avoid any major run-ins with the law for the next 15 years. They welcomed Megan 7 years after her brother was born, and there were no reports of trouble at home until March 17, 2009, when Angela was charged with aggravated assault. Angela Boswell has been arrested close to 20 times in the past decade. Mugshots above from 2020 and 2018. Wow. Okay, and then look at Tommy there. Tommy Boswell Sr. in 2012 and 2014 was charged with kidnapping. The son obtained a copy of the arrest warrant filed from that incident, which states that Tommy had come home from work to find no food in the house and asked his wife for the keys so he could go get some. That is when Angela allegedly grabbed Tommy by the neck and grabbed an ink pen and shoved it in. Oh, goodness. She continued to attack her husband as he ran for the door, while their son Tommy tried to pull her off his father. The charge was eventually dropped after Angela told the court she would abide by the law moving forward, a promise she was apparently not able to keep. She was arrested for allegedly violating her probation, failing to appear, attempting to resist arrest, and even trying to smuggle rugs into prison twice. Wow. Things escalated when Tommy Sr. and Tommy Jr. were hit with an attempted red rum charge after an incident in 2012. Court filings claim that Angela and another man were in bed one morning when Tommy Jr. began pounding on the door and then broke the glass to let himself into the home. He then ordered Brandon Yates to get out of his mother's bed and the house, a demand Yates obliged at the time. I'm sure he did. He began walking down the driveway and was stunned to see Tommy Sr. speeding towards him in a truck. Yates was hit and went flying in the air before crashing to the ground. Then father and son began attacking Yates while he lay on the ground with a third man who was not identified in court records. Tommy Sr. and Tommy Jr., who was at the time was just 19, were both arrested and charged with attempted red rum. The incident report revealed that Yates ran to a nearby home to get help and that the Boswells left the scene. Tommy Sr. later hung up when contacted by police, according to the report, and yet still both father and son pleaded no contest and got off with just probation. Sheesh. And then there's Megan in her 2020 mug shot, and had been the lone member of the family without an arrest until this week. Her brother Tommy, after his arrest for attempted red rum in 2012. So that's her brother. Let's check on this trial. Okay, they're still on recess. Then, just a few months after that attempted red rum charge, Tommy Sr. was involved in an incident with his wife that resulted in him being indicted on charges of domestic and kid. He eventually entered a guilty plea to those charges in September 2014 and was given probation. And between the two events, he and Angela welcomed a son, Elijah. Angela Boswell filed for divorce from her husband in September 2014, as well, just 10 months after giving birth to the couple's son, Elijah. Angela got custody of the children, and the divorce was finalized within a year. A year after that, the newly divorced couple had a daughter, Charlotte, but the good times were fleeting by that point. With the next few years, things fell apart, and Angela's behavior began to result in frequent arrests for theft and traffic violations. Tommy Sr. eventually filed a restraining order to get custody, which is why Megan and Evelyn were living at his property last year. It was Tommy Sr. who would report Evelyn missing, and he had been vigilant about finding the girl on social media. Angela and her daughter seemed less concerned, and on Tuesday, Megan was ordered to be held on $150,000 bail after police said she made inculpatory statements about the death of her daughter. It's the first time that Megan has been charged with a felony. All right. Yeah, let's get back over here. And this should be coming on here in just a second. Okay. Since it's still not there, let's go over here and look at some of these. So here's a mug shot of Tommy's, and then this is the kids. Bluntville father and son charged with attempted red rum. And that picture there. Oh, sheesh. And that's just more of them. Says Tommy Sr. and Angela were even younger than Megan when they welcomed their first child. Tommy Jr. was born in 1993 when Angela was just 16 and Tommy 24. Sad, ain't it, y'all? Sure is sad. Says, yes, the parents didn't give their kids any kind of chance at life. I took it as possible premeditated. Back.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. General, you may continue your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm trying to remember where we left off. Give me just a second. Okay. I think we had left off on me asking you if the defendant had told you how many times she had seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan. Is that the last question I asked you?
I think we were somewhere in that area for
Okay.
sure.
And do you remember what she told you?
I believe what she said was that she had not seen Evelyn since that day.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been trying to get in touch with Ethan?
I think she said she'd reached out to him maybe one time, once or twice.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was getting worried about Evelyn and her safety?
No, I think she said she just hadn't really given it a lot of thought.
Okay. Did you ask why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did.
What'd she say?
I think she just said she didn't really have a good.
Sustained.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, when I ask you a question, if you don't know the answer, you don't have to tell me.
Sure.
We try not to speculate with words like I think or things like that, okay? So I may back up just a few questions and ask you those questions again, okay? Did Megan say she tried to get in touch with Ethan after the last time she had seen Evelyn?
I know she said that, yes.
Okay. Did she say she ever got worried about Evelyn and or her safety?
She said she had not.
Okay. Did you ask her why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did ask her that.
And what was her response?
Specifically, I don't recall what she said.
Okay. What was her demeanor during this interview?
I would describe it as just very nonchalant.
Okay. And on this same day, do you recall being present when she was interviewed again?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else present during that interview?
Yes.
And who was present?
At the time, it was Sergeant Matt Price.
Okay. Was the interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
And where did it take place?
It was also at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
How much time had passed from the interview we just talked about to this interview that we're getting ready to talk about?
Something like 8 hours. The interview we initially discussed ended at around 3 a.m. The interview at the next day was around midday, noon.
Okay. So you said the first one ended around 3 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what time do you believe the second one began?
It was around noon the following day, the
Okay.
20th.
Okay. Without going into the details of that interview, we're going to go ahead and jump ahead to the following day, February 21st. Was the defendant interviewed again on February 21st?
She was.
Was anyone else present for that interview?
Matt Price,
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Okay. And was that interview also audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Prior to that interview, had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood?
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. Okay, just a second. Okay. Okay. Let's pass you some items from evidence. Would you prefer, I'll just send that.
Scissors up there.
There's a pair of scissors.
Or do you want?
Thank you.
If you could, just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, two of them. Tell me the number. You have that one opened?
No, I was sort of waiting on you to
That's
ask
okay.
a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item. Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be, I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from, where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonging to the defendant.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 188.
Oh, good. 188.
You want it back in the
May we publish, Your Honor? Permission to publish? Okay. And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, actually, I want to see.
Could I get that exact knife?
Okay, again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's natural gravitational anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly. Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
Any objection? No, sir. It's collected exhibit 189.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. I see the next. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass those back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at those. May we approach?
All right, sustained in part, overruled in part.
And we'd ask these be made
Collective 190.
190. permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that you took from the defendant's property?
Yes, it is.
Were these located within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass that back, please.
We resolved it.
We resolved it.
Resolved it.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant,
Okay. And where were those found?
with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Sustained.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a receipt from the Olive Garden on Northeastman Road in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Was that also taken from the defendant's property?
It was.
Okay. Okay. We'd ask that be offered as exhibit number 191.
Exhibit 191.
If I could have it passed back to the witness briefly. Forgot to ask you, what is the date on that receipt?
It's January the 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if I could please have, you saw that exhibit with you? You can pass that back down to the clerk. And then ask if exhibit number 29 or 21 can please be passed to the witness. Nope, sorry, not 21. I'm wrong. Hold on. It would be number 91. Sorry. I'm going to ask if you could take a look at that. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is a shirt that belonged to the victim, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, where was that found?
It was inside what the defendant referenced as a baby box.
Okay. And where was that baby box located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
At where?
Hunter's residence.
Hunter's residence, okay. Your Honor, we had previously marked that exhibit as number 91 for ID only. We'd ask that be made a full exhibit at this time.
Okay. Which one is it?
Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you. Let me ask the court, may I publish it, Your Honor? Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you to take it out of the package and show it to the jury, please.
Do you just want me to hold it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to stand up so everyone can see it. Thank you. Okay, thanks. No. I'm going to ask if exhibit 92 could please be passed to the witness. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you could open that exhibit and see if you can identify it. Don't show it to the jury yet.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
This is a child's blanket.
Okay. And does it have any special features on it that are identifiable? What type of blanket is it?
It's a shark blanket.
Okay.
Baby shark.
And where was that located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At Hunter's Woods residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in that box that you were referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that had been previously marked as ID only. We would ask that it be made into a full exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 92. Now you can.
Okay. May we publish it, Your Honor?
You want me to stand up again?
So long as the court is okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So before we went through all of those, we were talking about that interview from February 21st with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was
Where did it take place?
at the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview, you discussed a second ago the term memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it sort of one by one and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item,
Okay.
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
You know, at that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, if we go with the officer. One stand, please. Be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. 10 or 15 minutes. You want to take
All right, everybody. I'm trying to come on here a little bit softer. When I come on all excited, people get scared to death. Glitter says, I'm just remembering about Megan. I saw it, I'll go down, and then Summer Wells went missing, and Monkey went missing, and Evelyn got quiet. I'm glad it came back to the surface. Yeah, we were talking in the chat about her calling that a memory box. And it just, that strikes me so just the wrong way. A memory box, usually, I don't know, I associate that with somebody who's passed away or is no longer here. A memory box that you put stuff in to remind you of them. But unless it was a box that you would put like your kids' childhood memories in. But I thought that was kind of neat. Let me find it again. Glitter said, when I come across my children's things like that, I cry, and my children are alive. I can't imagine y'all. Yep. Somebody else, I was trying to find it here, said that I call my children's things keepsakes, not a memory box. Kathy says, I gave my kids all their keepsakes once they were grown and settled. I do run across items every now and again, though. There it is, Cinnamon. I called my children's little walking shoes keepsakes. For goodness sakes, this girl's a monster. Man. It's just so sad. Oh, yeah. Do you guys remember that? My mom had my kids' first shoes bronzed. Each one has theirs now. I remember my aunt, she got all of her kids' first baby shoes bronzed. And a lot of the houses around here that are like abandoned and they're full of old junk, maybe people died, or I don't know. You would not believe how many family portraits and pictures and bronzed baby shoes and stuff like Bibles that you find in these old abandoned houses. It's just like the families disappeared and didn't take any of their stuff. Full of old furniture and garbage and just anything and everything you could think of. But it's also nasty and dirty, 50 years old. Definitely been a long 5 years waiting for Evelyn to get some kind of justice in a courtroom. Yep. Glitter says, my mom had my first shoes bronzed on a thing with a picture behind it. Yeah, that was a big thing back in the day. You don't see that happening anymore, or at least I don't. Do you guys know anybody that still does that? That was kind of like something that happened in that specific time, but I don't know anybody in the last, 30 or 40 years. I've never seen anybody do it. Not since I was a little kid. This judge just says, get out, explain anything. He just says, go. Degina says, is court on Saturday? Yes, it is. Because this is a sequestered jury. So they've got this jury up in a hotel room or up in a hotel and they're going to make the most out of every single hour that they can. Yep. Thank you, Marnie, because jurors are sequestered. Genevieve says Evelyn went missing a full year before Summer Wells. That is really surprising. Just think about that. Doesn't it feel like it's been forever since Summer Wells' case happened? It does for me. Seemed like it was just a long time ago. And poor little Evelyn was before that. Wow. I wonder if in 100 years the state seals are going to still be brown and boring. Yes, please hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. We are so glad that you are here, and we have one of the best chats on YouTube. So come be part of our chat. We also have memberships. If you want to be a member, then you can send me an email at hillbillycrime@gmail.com, and we will send you the link for the member Discord. You become a member on the channel, and then we'll send you the link. Now, if you can't afford to become a member, then you can join a different way. We need all the diggers that we can get. A digger is somebody who would like to help us on the channel with doing like public records requests, finding and sending us good tips and stories that we can use on the channel. And if you still send me an email, we'll sign you up as one of our diggers, and we'll send you the link to our Discord, and you can be a member that way of our member Discord. And that's probably where we'll do, we've got all kinds of things set up over there. Mama Duck has done a fantastic job on the Discord. So we will have game nights sometimes, and we can stream from there. We can stream shows from there. We have all different kinds of rooms and threads that we can work on projects. Whoever's assigned a certain project, that's where we'll meet at. It's really, really neat. So come be part of it. Come be part of it. Degina says so many people want kids who can't have them. Why not give the child to a loving family or tell grandfather she's overwhelmed? He would have took her. Anybody would have taken her. I think she was jealous of Evelyn. I think that Evelyn was a hitch in her giddy up. I think that she wanted to go be a teenager. She wanted to go be a kid. She wanted to go run around and have a boyfriend. And with a baby on her hip, she couldn't really do that. I think that she was angry and resentful because Ethan wouldn't just accept this baby and take care of the baby for her, because that's what she sounded like she wanted. Oh, he wouldn't never do nothing. He wouldn't be part of her life. Well, she was forcing this baby that he didn't know if it was his or not. And apparently it wasn't his. I just think, man, I think she really resented Evelyn because everybody wanted to see Evelyn, but nobody really wanted to see her, you know? Like Ethan and them, they wanted to see the baby, but they didn't really want to spend any time with her. And she ran around and told all these lies and wanted everybody to feel sorry for her. She said her daddy kicked her out, and she manipulated her way into staying the night at their house. And then she calls it that we moved in together. Well, after you've manipulated every one of the other people and the situations, Hunter's daddy even said he's the one who introduced them. She went there and put an application in and he hired her. And then she went in there saying, oh, well, my daddy took my car from me and I don't have a car and I have this little baby and I need to go to doctor's appointments. And remember, we heard the people at the doctor on the witness stand. They said that they had messaged her and told her that she missed the baby's well visit, her well checkup, or whatever it's called. And then when Hunter's daddy was on the stand, he said that she was telling him she didn't have a way to take the baby to the doctor. So he had his son, Hunter, take her to a doctor's appointment. That just kind of clicked in my mind. Do y'all remember that? Am I remembering that right? And and Hunter said he'd never seen the baby. So she just manipulated every bit of that and lied to so many different people. She probably just did that to get to get her way, to get some time with him by herself. That kind of faded out in the early 70s. I used to love those in all the elders' houses. Yeah. Yeah. Genevieve says I called mine milestones. Marnie says that the ME at another court hearing said the foil is one of 4 things that made that sweet baby pass. Yeah. There were 4 different kinds of asphyxiation, is what I think they said. What is it, Glitter? I don't like it when you say that, Elizabeth. Would have left behind. What did I say? I don't remember what I said, Glitter. That kind of faded out. Oh, yeah. Jury duty is so tough. I did it only once on a criminal trial. That was 2 days long, and it felt forever long. It feels so surreal. Oh, I bet. My child was a preemie, so we had footprints on a white card. Yeah, mine, I did too. I had a birth certificate that they give you at the hospital, or that they gave me. And both of them had their little footprints in ink on it. And then they sent you, and that was kind of like the ceremonial one. And then they sent me a real one in the mail. Kathy said, my kids were born in the early 80s, but my mom thought it was important, and I never argued with her. Good deal. Yeah, Glitter says, yeah, these high profile cases, there's court on Saturday. So a little bit about McLeod, a little bit more. He is Megan's mom's boyfriend after they were arrested for the BMW. He was arrested again. Mama Duck says we now have a schoolroom called the Duckery. We will have FOIA and information request classes, and that'll be in the Discord. So we're going to be doing some fun stuff. Fun stuff. And we have the best mods and coaches in Discord that can show you around and teach you how to use it, or YouTube. Glitter says these kids want to have grown-up fun and not grown-up responsibilities. It don't work that way. No, it don't. No consequences. I mean, this is what you get when people are made to face consequences for little things. It just starts snowballing until, you know, it's big things. But Ethan didn't want to pay child support or anything, so I think he really didn't want to have anything to do with any of it, because for whatever his reason is, that he didn't want to say in court. He knew. Well, he knew that baby wasn't his. He said, I had doubts. He said, I just rolled with it. I said earlier, I think she clung to him. I think he didn't have no choice. I could see my kids, my boys, being in 6th, 7th grade and some little old girl attaching herself to him and him not really wanting to hurt her feelings. You know, especially them at that age, boys are usually very impressionable. And puppy love, think about it. If a girl's showing them attention and stuff, it's going to trigger emotions and things that, especially where are going through puberty and all that stuff, it's going to happen. I could see it just as plain as day. She's just set her sights on him and she wouldn't go away. And at some point in time, he's ended up sleeping with her. You can tell she pushed herself on him and pushed herself on him. And he shouldn't have been paying child support if he hadn't had a DNA test yet. There ain't no court in the country would make him pay child support without a DNA test unless they were married. I looked at the chicken shack. It was not what I thought it was going to be. It was a small thing like one of those snow cone places in the parking lot. It was small like that. Yeah, he said it was just a drive-through.
If I could quickly have exhibit number 189 passed back to the witness for just a second. It should be on the far right on that table. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
There's a receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay, at what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay. Okay. We will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
No objection for our agreement. That's great.
Full exhibit 192.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to, Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury, just the front of the book? Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please. Okay. Thank you. And we briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan allegedly had Evelyn?
She did. Yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Her mother's name is Angela Boswell, also referred to as Angel from time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located.
And where was she located?
In Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Now Lieutenant Matt Price.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
At the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes.
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. She was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota. And she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, the Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview, or that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn? For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay, what do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point, and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay. What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what word or do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
Multiple times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew.
Okay. And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, and another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay. So you walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay. When you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay. What did you do when you saw them?
We offered out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay. And did you, in fact, walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did you see the defendant after that moment?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see?
did.
What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building and then gave an interview with the news.
Okay. And looking for Evelyn, how many times did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office, many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. And do you know how approximately how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. How does a law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents. Different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in, and we essentially use our experience and determine which tips that maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what, like just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer. Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sustained. Objection sustained as before.
Okay. I'm going to rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies, and we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked to that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota. And she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay. pass you a document. Ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend,
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Objection was withdrawn.
We would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Before exhibit 193.
And permission to publish. Okay. Oops. Is this the application you were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or just to say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?
January the 4th, 2020.
Did you learn how many occupants that the defendant and Hunter Wood put on their application?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about who the third occupant was going to be?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant say the third occupant was going to be Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The defendant told us that at that time she was pregnant and the third occupant was for the unborn baby.
Okay. So then did you go one step further and ask her why Evelyn was not listed on that application?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay. What did she say?
She told us it was not Evelyn because Hunter either would not or did not want Evelyn to live with him.
Okay. Was she able to explain where Evelyn was going to be living then, if not with her and Hunter?
No.
Jumping ahead to March 6, 2020, do you recall being contacted by the defendant's father, Tommy Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into hearsay on what he told law enforcement, did law enforcement go to Tommy Boswell's property?
Yes, initially myself and Detective Haraz.
Okay. And is that located in Bluntville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or address?
Muddy Creek at 539/543.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of going there?
We were under the impression some of the defendant's property was at that location.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 5:30 that evening or afternoon.
Okay. And did Tommy Boswell give law enforcement consent to search that day?
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9. Well, 6 and then 8 through 12, please. Pass to the witness, please. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. First, if you could take a look at exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I
Okay.
recognize
What is
this.
it?
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539, 543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there beside you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay.
Oh,
If you could pass the
yes.
exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quicker. It's not a flashlight.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought it was a flashlight.
Okay. We'll try to make it quicker this way. These have already all come into evidence, so we'll just discuss each one. Is this a diagram of the property as it was on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the jury? I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. Can you show the jury where you first searched?
Are you wanting me to point at that screen?
Yes. It should work. There you go.
Would have been in this area right here. It's excuse me. It is labeled as shed.
Okay. And did you search anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where else you searched?
That building there that's labeled as Playhouse.
Okay. Now I see a box below that also appears to say shed. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
What was that?
That was another outbuilding that was full of, I believe the business name is Tommy's Paving or something like that. And it was full of paving or asphalt related equipment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you next what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is that the outbuilding that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 8. Is that the outbuilding and the playhouse that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a photograph of the outbuilding or shed where it shows either the defendant's or some of Evelyn's belongings.
It's essentially the shed with the door open.
Correct.
Okay. Number 10. Is this what you're calling? Did you call it a playhouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 12. Is that just the playhouse with the door open?
Yes.
Had anything been disturbed at the time this photo was had taken place?
No.
I think I might have gotten that over. Okay. Okay. Were you present for the search of that shed/outbuilding?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes. It was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17, or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. Is it? Okay, I just made it worse. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes. A lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spider webs, and there were several items just right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. In which says just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, or other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
Okay. And if you look closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to 17 for just a second. So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
We're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Just reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some things that looked like flesh in a sort of this part of either an elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Had you noticed that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually, I'll pass that back up. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
Okay. So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had like a shine to it. And as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes,
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
it was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
Well, we called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes,
Okay. And what did you remove?
the trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. Let's see. If I could see 42. Did I already ask for that one? I'm sorry. And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second. If that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell, or do I need to?
It might help if that helps a little bit.
As far as it goes. It's a little dark on the screen. Would
It
you like to
is.
see the exhibit
Yes,
or
that
the
would
photograph
help.
itself?
That's much better.
22 through 27. Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. If I could have that passed back for just a moment. Okay. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there? Or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items
body
in the trash can.
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph? Let's see.
I was pointing it the wrong way. It would be down in this area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Objection, clip road.
Sustain. General, you can rephrase.
Okay. Was Evelyn in this trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Evelyn's head?
Are you wanting me to point or no? In this area.
Okay. Can you tell me? Well, that's all I need on that one. Okay. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs.
Okay.
you can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish. Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can, the bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Here's the pointer.
Mm-hmm.
This picture, you can see again, the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed. And at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris. Was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with the things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
Okay. So Evelyn's body was in that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Please 34 and 40. Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, of the body of Evelyn. Which right here is the head with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand. And this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
It would be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can, specifically for this item,
Okay.
which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. After Evelyn's body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195.
Any objection?
And permission to publish. Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them, and I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
For Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. And did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the end and we're going to stop for today. Wanting to admonish you not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial.
Well, all righty, guys. It looks like it is over for today. Let's see. There we go. It was a very interesting day today. We learned a whole lot. I think we've learned a whole lot throughout this whole trial. What do you guys think? All of the revelations that have come out with Hunter. Thank you. That light's too bright in my eyes. So we learned all the revelations with Hunter's mental health. And I've seen several people post in the chat that he had been, he'd had several run-ins with the law before he started running around with Megan. And we don't know if that's true or not. We don't have anything showing us like charges or anything like that. But and Terry mentioned this. How come if they went and searched Tommy's, did they not search Tommy's property before they went out there and found her? Because it seems like they would have searched each property or any property that was associated with her. And you'd think that dogs would have caught the scent of her in that playhouse. So maybe they didn't take the dogs up that way. They might not have. Until, because I saw somebody say that they had not searched that property until Tommy called and said he remembered seeing her out there in that car. Here's another question she brought up. The car. Which car did he see backed up to the shed? Was it Hunter's mom's car? Or was it the car that he paid $20,000 cash for that she said he took from her? I don't know. It didn't tell which specific car he saw backed up there. So that might be a point. Marnie said she saw proof of the charges against Hunter. Okay. I don't know what they were, though. The judge just said, get out again. Seriously, there's no warning, no explanation, no longer drawn out details like the other judges do. I think this is where they were stopping for the day, because they said yesterday they were going to go from 10:30 to 4, and it's 4:20 now. So I think they're done for the day. They won't have court tomorrow, so they'll have court on Monday. So we'll pick this back up on Monday morning. What do you got? Telling you, that dog of mine, worse than a toddler. I'm telling you. Worse than a toddler. No dust in the area. Good indication was not there during the other searches. Marnie said Hunter had theft and shoplifting charges and other charges. If she was there when they searched. Right. If she was there when they searched. They could have searched that property and she not be there. And then Megan take her later on and put her in there after they searched it the first time. I don't know. Who is Hunter? Hunter is the boy that she was crushing on. So he was the son of her employer. So right across the street and down from where her dad and them live, Hunter's dad had a little chicken shack place. It was just a drive-through restaurant. There was no seats. So it was kind of like Pal's. And She put an application in there. The daddy hired her. And then she started telling the daddy that she didn't have a ride to work. Her dad took her car and all this poor, pitiful me stuff. And so her Mr. Wood, Hunter's dad, the guy who just hired her, said, well, I'll have my son take you to your doctor's appointment if you don't have a car or if you don't have a ride. That's okay. We'll help you. Never knowing he was sending his son into Satan. Never realizing no good deed goes unpunished, y'all. No good deed goes unpunished. And then all of a sudden, she just latched on to Hunter. I wonder what date she put that application in. I don't think they ever said that. What was the date that she put the application for the restaurant in? What date did she get hired? What was her very first day working at the chicken shack? Now, he said she had only worked there for 2 months. So, I'm thinking that the baby was still alive when she got the job. And I think she set her sights on this new boy kind of the same way she did Ethan. And I'd say she latched on to Hunter or latched on to Ethan the same way she latched on to Hunter. Hunter couldn't get rid of her either. He couldn't get rid of her either. I couldn't imagine being these boys. And you all mommies out there of boys, y'all better beware and watch out for this kind of behavior. I mean, that's like Fatal Attraction stuff. Bunny boiling. Have they brought up a borderline personality, mental health? No. Well, and Hunter is in a mental ward. He's in a psych ward now. His daddy got up on the stand and said that after he was called a baby unaliver by everybody in the world, it kind of sent him a little cuckoo. And he's so incompetent, he can't even come and testify in this trial. I'm just telling you. Unbelievable. And they've said that he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. And his poor dad said that he went from being a 4.0 student to being locked up in a mental hospital to where he can't even, what he says doesn't even make sense. A lot of what he says doesn't make sense. Jessica said they took the dogs and searched the bottom where the asphalt piles are and up the back where it meets the farm. So they must not have had the dogs up at the house area. Crystal says, oh, yeah, I've warned my son many times about what some women will do. Yeah, and they trap them. They trap them. They try to get them to have schmecks with them because they think, I'll have a baby that'll love me. I'll have my own little baby doll that'll love me unconditionally. Well, that's the biggest bunch of BS I've ever heard in my life. So if anybody thinks that, please don't. Please don't. Because that's not how it ends up. Babies are a lot of work. And they're a lot of time. They're a lot of effort. They're a lot of energy. You can't never sleep. You no longer are your own person anymore. You are an extension of that baby. That baby's no extension of you. You are an extension of that baby. That baby has to come first. They have to be changed. That babysitter said the baby was always, every single time, is what I thought she said. The baby was dirty. It smelled like pee. It needed its diaper changed. Its face was always dirty. Its body was dirty. And so she gave it a bath. She had to bathe it. Now, you know, she's not the only one that noticed that. Honey, my kids were always black and dirty. They'd go outside and they'd play, but you give them a bath. Bath time is fun. But, you know, it just does not seem like she had any maturity or motherly instincts at all. And here's another thing for you. If Dad was kicking her out of his house, well, he didn't say that he kicked her out. I think she left because she didn't want to go by his rules. But he enabled her because she didn't want to clean her room when her and Evelyn lived under his roof. He said, okay, well, I'll go set you up one of these trailers and you can live like a pigsty all you want in your own house. But what he didn't realize is he was sentencing Evelyn to a lifetime. Like, he didn't want to live and mess with, he didn't want to have to deal with Megan's BS and her filth and her whatever. But yet you sent her on her way and left this baby in her care, knowing that that baby was going to have to be exposed to whatever Megan was doing or not doing. You know, I think that the parents, she was not an adult. I don't care if she's 18 when Evelyn went missing. She was still a child. And she needed her parents. She needed her parents' help. Evelyn needed her grandparents. Even though Megan was an adult and that baby was hers, you know, that baby was still their grandbaby. You know, and I don't want to say it was the, you know, don't think that I'm saying anything bad or blaming them, but they do bear some responsibility. I mean, who doesn't, as a grandma or grandpa, walk in the front door and sit down in the recliner and play patty cake with the baby? Well, they didn't never even walk in the front door of her trailer. It didn't sound like. They wouldn't even go over there and help her clean it. If you knew that she was so nasty and she didn't never clean, well, I've been overwhelmed. Like when I was in graduate school and I had all these finals and stuff going on, and my dishes was backed up and, you know, laundry piled up and stuff like that. My mom came and helped me. My mom came in my house and washed my dishes. She did some loads of laundry. You know, she helped me when I needed help. And I know half of you out there, you are either the grandparent or the parent that goes and helps your kids, or you're the kids whose parents have come and helped you before when you had little babies, especially when there's a newborn around or a little baby, because the little baby girl is supposed to be the princess. She's supposed to be the boss. She's supposed to have every single one of them wrapped around her little finger. Is this not right? Am I off base, or y'all think I'm right? Cinnamon says, I'm very suspicious. The Hunter's lawyer said just get to dock walk, either mental health or rehab. Take a choice. Let's keep you from going in front of 12 of your peers. Or maybe it's just a basket case. Well, he's not on trial, remember, guys? He's not charged with anything. Just because Dummy there said that he rolled over on the baby, Hunter's not being charged with nothing. He said he'd never even seen the baby. And I don't think that they looked at him as any suspect either. I don't think the cops thought he had anything to do with this. All she had to do was give that baby to somebody else. But see, she's got that personality. And remember, I'm no doctor or nothing. I'm not trying to diagnose nobody, but she's got that criminal personality. I don't know if it's criminal, but I think it probably leads to criminal behavior. But it's that selfishness. That's my baby. That's my baby, and you ain't going to take her. You're not going to, if I can't have her, nobody will. That's the same kind of stuff that's in DV cases. If I can't have you, nobody's going to have you. And she probably felt the same way about that baby because they were getting ready, according to CPS that testified, they were getting ready to either remove her or they were getting ready to do something. Which that still brings me back to what I asked yesterday. Where's the case manager? Where was her case manager? Megan's and Evelyn's. Because she was underage when she gave birth to that child, and she was in foster care. So with her being in foster care, she had a case manager through CPS. And then whenever they sent her back to her dad to go live with her dad, she was still underage because it said in that thing that Tommy won custody. I don't know when her birthday was, when she turned 18. She was 18 when they questioned her there in that interview. But she wasn't 18 when she went to go live with Tommy. I don't think. But that baby, Evelyn, should have had a case manager where she was born to a underage mother. Where was the case manager? Just saying, there might have been some stuff dropped through the cracks. Let's see. Well, Lori says, I'm glad you have your mom to help you because my mom never helped. Well, my mommy's not helped a whole lot, but she has she has at times. She has at times. She has at times. And the other times, I ain't had no help. I had to just do it myself. And sometimes I get behind on stuff. I'm not the best housekeeper, and I ain't never claimed to be. When you work full time and you're the only one, yeah, it's easy to get behind on stuff like that. But there's a difference between getting behind on laundry. I think all of us, after they showed those pictures of her house, every single one of us were like, oh, we got to get up and do our laundry. We got to go in there and do my dishes. Oh, it made us feel like we needed to get up and do something in our own houses. And, but there's a difference between having a sink full of dirty dishes and having molded diapers stuck to the floor or dirty diapers molded to the floor. That's different. It's different. When you might need to vacuum or pick your shoes up and put them somewhere, as opposed to feces being smashed in the carpet. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. Sean Dameron says, when you turn 18, no more foster care help. No, right. There's no more foster care help, but there still should have been a CPS case manager involved with the baby. Or at least you'd think so. But and I don't think that people should, I don't think children should be removed out of homes just because their house is dirty. We had a lady in Letcher County, it was several decades ago, but CPS removed a little, I don't even remember if it was a girl or a boy, but they removed the little kid out of this lady's house because they said it was dirty. They put that child in a foster family or in a foster home. And this happened in like Neon. And the foster home that they put that child in, he was unalived. He was abused and he was unalived. Now, mind you, the home that he came from, his mommy and them, his family, they weren't abusive. They just had a dirty house. Now, I don't support that, So what? So what? Somebody's got a dirty house. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying, but I don't think that it should be criteria unless it was absolutely, like a detriment to your health. Then I could see it. But sometimes I think that they poke around a little bit too much about stuff like that. But I don't think that they do that. I think that was a really big wake-up call to them around here. And that was really a big thing. I was told if I wanted to be a social worker, I'd need to learn to turn my head. I cried and cried, couldn't do it. Yeah, I don't think I could be a social worker either. These agencies don't want to admit their part. During 2020, they worked remote and probably just let the file sit idle. A lot of them have so many cases. And then I've seen on several instances where they flub their paperwork. I think that happens a whole lot more than what's ever even caught. I think a lot of social workers will put on there that they've went and seen and done home visits, but the truth be that they didn't. And a lot of times these children that end up unalived or end up in these worst case scenarios, there's usually a history of some kind of neglect or failure of CPS in some way. It's my opinion. So has there been any wrongful death suit against the Department of Children and Family Services from the grandchildren? How awful. And now I feel guilty because defendant Megan probably has trauma. Well, she's tried. They say that it's not just victims that deal with the trauma, even perpetrators, when it's a big traumatic event, they still feel the trauma from it, even though they're the ones that perpetrated the behavior or the actions or whatever. Kathy says there is a huge difference between messy and dirty. Yeah. That's what's the problem. My mommy wasn't never a great housekeeper either. She worked full time. And so she just got smart and she started hiring somebody to help her. I don't know how smart it is. She's been robbed several times. Several times. She's lost everything she's had on several different occasions. Because you hire the wrong person, buddy. The wrong person. She hired one guy and he worked for her for like 3 years. And he was piecing out everything in her basement that whole time. He would take like one power tool one weekend, and then maybe he might borrow a couple things the next month, and then he'd just never bring them back. And then he'd go down in the basement and get another tool and take it off. And in 3 years, he pretty much cleaned her out, took everything she had. Even took her lawn furniture off her porch. I drove up the road and there was my mommy's lawn furniture sitting on his porch. And I stopped and went up there and took it right back. People are brave and brazen, buddy. Brazen. Terry says she still would have gotten medical care, food stamps, and the state program is to help foster kids and babies with housing. In fact, when I was in school for my master's in social work, we are specifically taught that we can't remove people because of our opinions. What I think it dirty may not be dirty to you or me. That's right. I agree with that. I agree with that. But I also don't want our government taking overreach on every girl that has a baby, but they were already involved. Where'd they go? They'll never tell us. Well, and I notice a lot, or what I have noticed around here, the families that they really do need to get involved with, they won't for whatever reason. We've got one right here in my neighborhood. The school has called them 100 times, probably. Well, I'm exaggerating, probably. I don't know. But they've called them a lot from what I've been told. And they just don't take them seriously. I see them show up. They walk in the house. 2 minutes later, they're turning around and walking right back out. But then they'll go after somebody who really doesn't need to have the case. Like they'll push and push. I don't know. It's just kind of backwards to me. But we do have somebody who's a social worker. Before, I didn't really know any of the social workers. And the ones that I had met, well, I didn't have a great opinion of. Can't say I did. Nope. But recently, one of the social workers became one of our baseball coaches last year. And I really liked him. And still to this day, if I have any questions or concerns or anything, I just reach out to him. But it's not very often, of course, but that's who I choose. If I needed to talk to anybody from now on, I'll just reach out to him. I won't go nowhere else. But hopefully I don't never have to talk to social workers a day in my life again. I don't much care for them. But that's just me. Sorry, I didn't mean to get off on that tangent. Glitter says, but also in small towns, you get people's grudges and their pride and something that happened to him in high school. And now here's a chance to get back at him. Absolutely. And if you think that don't happen, it does. And in-laws or people that just get mad at you. That happens a lot. Sure does. If you get in a fight with your baby daddy's mommy, she don't like you, they might call social workers just to hassle you. That happens a whole lot. Sure does. Cultural sensitivity training is huge. Home visits, even when it comes to what people eat, how they dress, and again, cleaning. Vicky says, I've traveled the Megan Boswell route today. They have a manual to follow. So what the hell? Well, you'd think they do. But see, you don't have much oversight here. And they all have each other's backs. And they will step up and stand up for their buddy. They will, if their supervisor tells them to do something, even though they don't want to or they don't agree, well, it's their job if they don't. So they have to do what their supervisor tells them to do, regardless of whether they agree with it or not. Glitter says, or worse, you getting in a fight with your baby daddy's mama and her cousin sister works at CPS. You're screwed. Yeah. I'm telling you, Glitter says you're right. They do have one to follow, but do they follow it? When I got all of my papers in my discovery, when I requested my hearing, my administrative hearing, every single paper that they turned in was blank. None of it was filled out correctly. It was blank on a whole lot of it. They didn't have anything done the way that they were supposed to do it. And if I had not requested that administrative hearing, and if I had not put in the proper paperwork for the appeal, then nobody would have ever looked at it. Nobody would have ever known anything. And even Frankfurt didn't take my side on it. Even Frankfurt didn't come in and hold them accountable for what they did. Hell no. They weren't. They don't want to get sued. They're not going to accept any blame. They're just going to say, oh, okay, well, we'll agree. We'll have a settlement. We'll all sign it just to make it go away. And we'll remove it off your stuff like it never happened. I wanted heads. I wanted heads to roll. I wanted accountability. I wanted somebody, I didn't care who it was, to admonish them for what they did. I wanted them to bring attention to the fact that they abused their power, they abused their position, it was a malicious prosecution, all because they got their feelings hurt. Their pride was hurt. That's it. I hired a lawyer to fight them. I didn't lay down and just let them roll over me. So I know that if they don't have no oversight and their immediate supervisors are just as crooked and dirty as they are, if not worse, they get away with anything they want. Yay! Went over 100 likes. And we've had lots of new subscribers. All right. How many new folks we have today? I don't know if it'll show me that until we get off of here, Mama Duck. I think it won't show me that until after the stream's over. But Glitter says, do you know they can say if you're poor, then it's financial neglect and take your children? I've seen it. Well, it don't surprise me none. Sorry, Vicky. I got interrupted. Oh. Let's see. Leanne says sunlight soap is good. It is. Well, it is what it is. We are learning together, and it's a lot better to be able to learn this stuff together than it is learning it on your own. I was alone learning a lot of this stuff, and it was over probably a 25 year period of time that I learned the hard way on both sides of the fence too, I feel like. And it's the system. There are cracks in the system and oftentimes children and those that are vulnerable and those who need help, the elderly, the disadvantaged, the disabled, they fall through the cracks a lot of times. And you know how many women who have filed for protective orders, that's just a piece of paper. Most dangerous time for a woman is when she's leaving. And it's that same mentality. If I can't have you, nobody's going to have you. That poor baby. Anyway, thank you so much for being here with us today for day 4 of the Boswell trial. Yes, if you want a link to the Discord, send me an email. If you're a member, it's the members Discord. If you cannot afford to be a member of the channel, then you can be a digger. Send me an email anyway, and just let me know, and we will sign you up, and I'll send you the Discord link. And we'll probably have another show this evening. Hopefully I won't fall asleep again like last night. It's just 5 o'clock, so we might have one a little bit later this evening. I was able to read a lot of that stuff that Genevieve sent me during the break earlier. But we've got all kinds of stuff we can talk about. All right, y'all. Thank you all for helping me hit the goal. I'm going to start setting those goals from now on. I didn't know that I could do that, so that was great. Thank you for being here. Mama Duck, I finally figured it out. I just learned how to do it today. Old dog learning new tricks, y'all. All right, well, we're going to pick up day 5 of the trial on Monday. And I will definitely have a couple shows tomorrow. And then we'll probably have one this evening. So just look for me to schedule it. All right, y'all. See you in Discord, all right? Peace out, Girl Scout. Have a great rest of your evening. Thank you. Love y'all.